Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. I was using OBS to record some videos, and for some reason it had stolen my microphone. Okay, so what I was just rambling about, which you couldn't hear, I was just saying that it's only been 3 days since the last video, so there's not a lot to update you on. I've been recording the audio for the Kickstarter video, and that's basically just me waffling on about the game and all the features for people that don't know about it yet. Yeah, and aside from that, I've just been fiddling away with a few different bits and pieces in Engine. And hopefully my music volume is better this week, because apparently on the last video it was quite loud. Hey Cal, yeah, actually, streaming on Twitch was something we were talking about the other day. We want to do a dual stream for both Twitch and YouTube, and the only reason we're not is because I literally haven't figured out how to do it yet. Or to be more specific, we haven't even looked into it yet. So yes, we definitely will be streaming on multi-platform. Right then, let's get going. So for anyone that missed the last video, the last thing we worked on, and if I just fire it up a set to show you. Cool, thank you, will do. So on Wednesday, we added the ability to have planets rendered on the holo display. Then there's a few bits and pieces that need to be changed on this. This is just sort of the initial implementation, and I think I've stopped it from receiving shadows. Yeah, so it's a proper emissive now, doesn't react to the light being cast on it. And obviously that will be how you survey exoplanets and pick out surface locations and target things of interest on the planet's surface. And it will automatically update depending on where you are, so it takes the closest planet to you and uses that as the focal point. But on here, we need to render the planetary system. So we need to have the planet and any moons. We need to get rid of this panel here because it's no longer relevant for this mode, and change the display range so that it's in either AU or kilometers. We'll see what works best across different star systems and scales. So this evening, what I want to do, we've got our... Ooh, look, that's a bug. Weird. Let's pretend that never happened. So we've got our long range mode, and we've got our stars, and it's picking up the galactic location of each star, but it's not updating any of the data down here yet, so there's that needs doing. The medium range sensors obviously show the star system you're in, and again, none of that's being picked up yet. Yeah, it did actually, yeah. Sadly, I don't think we can recreate it. I hate things like that, actually, because it's done it once, but it's not doing it again, so that makes it really difficult to troubleshoot. It's much easier to fix things if it does it every time. So yeah, so I think we'll get started with just updating the data down there from these guys. Yeah, these aren't reporting their location, so they need sorting out. And then once that's all done, we will check out the medium range sensors and make sure that this information is then rendered there, and of course so that we can actually target it and send it to the Helm, because right now that's not working. Hi Xenavant, it's okay, you haven't actually missed much. Just going over what we did last week. I keep saying last week, it's actually only Wednesday. Okay, so this widget blueprint could have a better layout. I've got a widget switcher which I use for displaying the loading screen and having a powered off state. So obviously when the device is unpowered, these are hidden, and then when it's powered on, you see this for a few seconds before it switches to this one. But all of these elements are all actually lumped together in the root of this tree, so I may end up moving those so we can show and hide different frames more easily. But what we are interested in right, so there's that one, there's that one. And then that one's layered on top. Okay. So yeah, so we've got another widget switcher here, where we go through the different data states. So that's going to need updating as well. But that list view could really do with being over here. So we want that to go there. And that needs a better name. Long range. And then we need to duplicate that, and that also needs to go on medium range. Might actually make these grouped as well, just so they're easier to move around. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mjolnir. This is... Yeah, I dislike working with widgets with a vengeance. I really don't find it interesting at all. In fact, it's quite a frustrating experience. But needs must, so it's just one of those things you gotta do. They're just not intuitive to work with at all. And I did web dev before getting into game dev, so I was working with mostly back-end with PHP, but I touched on JavaScript and a lot of CSS, and I would much have preferred it if we had more of an HTML5 style front end instead of widgets, but it is what we've got. Hi Sophie. Yeah, so I've actually, in the Kickstarter campaign, I've actually stopped calling them DLCs, and I've started to use the word expansions instead, because in essence that's kind of what they are. So the first three sort of expansions, in air quotes, are a three-part story arc. Now each one of those expansions, it should contain a lot of content. You've got a whole new ship, a whole single-player campaign, and a whole story, or at least a part of the whole story arc, contained within that expansion. Those first three that we have planned are probably going to be the biggest three that we do, but after that we have a lot of other smaller ones planned. So I've got a sort of a Voyager / Stargate universe, I suppose you could call that one more of a DLC, planned. Again, whole new ship, and the idea there is that you're on an alien ship a long way from Earth, trying to get it back home. We've got a cruise liner DLC planned, where you're working on a cruise liner, dealing with all the passengers and whatever they might be getting up to. That'll definitely have a comedy spin on it, sort of loosely based on either Avenue 5 or the Floston Paradise from The Fifth Element. I'd like to do a Red Dwarf type DLC, but to be honest, that kind of fits more into the whole Voyager / Stargate universe DLC, because it's the same theme. You're stuck on something trying to get home. But the beauty of the game with the way we've made it is that there are so many things you could do as a DLC. Having the simulated galaxy and a simulated ship, you can just throw scenarios at it and boom, you've got a whole new experience there. Yes, you'll be able to command different ships. So, separately from the expansions, we'll be releasing individual ships, and there will be a paid DLC. And the idea with those is to actually be the ongoing funding source for the game. So, with the base game being released for free, obviously we need some kind of revenue stream to fund the ongoing development. So we'll be releasing ships periodically to do that. And there'll be anything from big cruisers down to tiny scout ships with maybe 2 to 5 crew. Randomly, here's a question for any of you UE5 people. For some reason, my anchors list is always expanded. I always have to come and minimize it. It's only started doing that since the last update, and I have no idea why. It's a minor annoyance, but an annoyance nonetheless. I'll just park that there for now. That's where our target list will be. Name it something sensible so I don't lose it in the future. If you mean with the customization, so individual players can have their own color scheme depending on which UI they use. Right now, that would be quite awkward because like all of these buttons are the same widget, and I've built a master widget for these, including all these. So even though they're different scales and things, they are all actually still the same widget. And if I come up here, so like all of these, they're all the same child widget. And internally, that handles the customization code. So, and that works on a global level. So when you change the ship customization, this actor here, in fact, let me go and have a look at it. So this picks up all of the customization data and colors everything on its own. So none of that needs to be managed on the master widget because each button takes care of itself. Which is why, and I've had to slow it down on purpose, when you change the color of the UI, you'll see that different elements of the UI update at different speeds. And I've had to add a random delay for each one, because if they all happen at once, it literally freezes the game. Now, because it happens globally, having a per player per UI color scheme would essentially mean a bit of a rewrite for the whole system. And we have no plans right now for any kind of colony sim gameplay or managing your own station, though that said, that could be a DLC. So having something like Deep Space Nine, Babylon 5, a station that you spend all of your time on rather than out exploring the galaxy. I mean, it's entirely possible within the game world we've created, so that could easily be a DLC in the future. Now we're going to have, I'm sure, a very long list of things we'd love to be able to do with it, but it's about which one gets the most traction. But when it comes to colony sims, that's kind of really beyond the scope of the game. I know a lot of people do want to be able to build up a colony, and I think the closest we'll get to that is probably going to be the third DLC, or the third expansion rather, because that one's going to be all about smuggling and trading and working your way up through various different vessels whilst operating your own trading company and supplying newly formed human settlements out there in the galaxy. Is going to be the kind of the purpose of you existing within that particular scenario. So we could go down the lines of what the colony that you support the most will grow quicker and flourish more than the ones you pay no attention to. But I think beyond that, a direct colony sim is not something we have planned. Space station or docking ports. That's an interesting one. So, because of the way gravity is generated on the ship, and it's generated for the whole ship all at once, rather than like Star Trek style deck plating, we have a grid of field coils running underneath the ship, which generates a gravitational field for the whole vessel. So if you were to put that next to, say, a space station that also has its own gravitational field, then the ship and the station are going to attract towards one another, and you'll end up with quite a disastrous impact. And similarly, if you have something which is 400 meters long and weighs a couple of million tons, and you try and hold that against a station of equal weight via only a couple meter wide docking ports, if you think about the force of leverage on that docking port with these massive objects, the slightest movement would just completely rip it off, because the inertia on that against that tiny attachment point would be huge. So, realistically, some kind of flexible tube would be the only practical solution. But again, if we want to do it realistically, then the ship and the station's gravity spheres, can't be near one another. So the primary method we're going to use to get off of the ship and onto other things is going to be via shuttles. So you'll rock up next to a station and then hop in a shuttle and fly across. That's sort of plan A. I'd say that the light blue is just more of a default that I fell on. The whole sort of electric blue with white paneling, I just thought that was a nice clean color scheme. It's relatively neutral. It's kind of, I don't know, fresh, I suppose. I just kind of like it. It's kind of very stereotypically sci-fi, I suppose you could say. Yeah, exactly. It's future blue. Yeah, it just, I guess I just fell upon it and liked it, and it kind of stuck. But I guess that's the whole reason we have the ability to customize everything internally, because everyone has their own style and what they want it to look like, and fortunately you can make it any color you want. Do I use C++ to fill the list view? No. So the way it works, let's go grab the other one. Too much stuff on this panel. So what it's doing, it's doing a few things, actually. Right, so here's where we're populating it. So we have our list of filtered sector locations, and this is generated by the galaxy system. So it generates all the star systems around the ship, and it then filters and sorts that based on distance and organizes by distance, so closest star systems at the top. We then pass this through update how many there are in range, and then we go through and then we add that as an item on the list view. And the beauty of having a list view is that you can have thousands and thousands of entries, and it only ever renders the cost of the ones that are visible on screen. The rest of them are just held in memory. But we haven't had any issues doing this in Blueprints. Working with list views is more complicated than it needs to be, I think. Like here, we need to kind of force scrolling to a specific item in order to make it reset nicely. Yeah, that's just an old bit of code that I'll get rid of. Don't need that. No, I've never played Rogue System. Inspiration-wise, this is just something I've always wanted to do. I grew up loving sci-fi. Babylon 5 is actually my favourite show. Most people would assume it was Star Trek, but no, it's actually Babylon 5. But the very idea of exploring the galaxy and living aboard a starship whilst just exploring the stars, that's always been something that I felt a real affinity with. So this game is something I've been planning for many years, and I've tried making it a few times in various different things. I actually started doing my first interiors back in the old Quake engine in the 90s. So I've been attempting this for a while, but it's only really now that the technology exists to make it possible. Previous game engines not just the game engines, but the average system spec just wasn't high enough to be able to do the kind of things we want to do. Having literally hundreds of rooms over 7 decks loaded at once. That sort of thing just wasn't possible before. The park is going to be mostly pre-constructed, but there will be sort of flower bed areas, and the ability to plant things is something we do have planned. Most of that needs to be developed for the hydroponics anyway, but it would be nice if you could find like a cool alien plant and then literally go and plant it in the park area and watch it grow. It's one of those things where if we have something that you could do for real, then we want to be able to do it in the game for real. So if mud exists, you should be able to plant something in it. Now that you mention the black and white flashbacks in Babylon 5, it never really occurred to me that was a thing, but now that you mention it, I can probably think of a dozen just off the top of my head, mostly involving Garibaldi. Well, funnily enough, Wyatt, there might actually be 8 decks in the end, because we're adding the extra engineering section underneath now with a vertical support beam. I'm going to have to sort of nudge the decks down a little bit underneath, so an 8th deck might actually naturally just happen. Yeah, if you just hop on over to our Discord, we chat about all sorts. So yeah, if you've got any questions, just fire them across there. We're always chatting away. Okay, so I need to kind of actually refresh my memory here a little bit as to how I'm handling these list views, because as I said, they're a little bit weird to work with, because you've got the list view itself, but you've also got the actual list view actor, which is this thing. And because we've got a nested tree, we've actually got multiple levels of list item. So that would be the star, and then you've also got planets, etc. on top of that. So that'll be L1. Let's get rid of some of these planets. I don't need those anymore. Don't need the button either. Right, so you got star, planet, and it should be moon. Yeah, that one's not set up yet. Okay. Larger text. Yeah, we do have an accessibility area in the settings, and we've had a few people suggest already that there'd be a way of making the text larger. A lot of the time it's actually really difficult because we're restricted by UI space, especially like on here. Like making any of this text bigger is nightmarish because none of it's going to fit. But if you hold down the right mouse button, you can zoom in. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to have the ability to specify the extent to which you zoom in. So on the accessibility settings, you'll be able to put in there, you know, how many levels of magnification you want when you hold down the right mouse button. So, you know, if you're finding any of the displays hard to read, you can go in there and just, you know, make that, you know, literally fill the screen if you want to. It's probably the easiest way of doing that without struggling with UI space. Yeah, I guess right-click to zoom accomplishes the same thing. A positive side effect of that is you can also use it as a telescope. Right, so let's get rid of some junk a minute. Too many tabs. Too many tabs is definitely the story of my life. Like, even on something like Chrome, I've usually got about 80 tabs open that I'm always having to close. Okay, so we fire the press of the button for the long range, and then we switch the widget switcher to open up the long range view. We set the index. That's on the list of targets. Okay, then we enable the center Helm button. We update the holo display. We filter the sector locations by distance. Do we need to do that? Oh yes, of course we do, because that's the zoom level. Although, that said, it's probably not actually hooked up to the new zoom level. So this could do with a new input for that. Yeah, a tabbed interface is going to be inevitable at some point. I did approach this with the idea of making it tabbed, and in some senses it is tabbed. Why is that so hard to say? Because each of these 4 buttons are essentially another tab. So all of this and some of this changes depending on which of these you press. So it kind of is tabbed, just not in the traditional sense. Right, this should pick up the new version of sensor range now. Okay, so we filter the sector locations based on the current sensor range, and then we go ahead and build the list view. So the length of the array determines how many targets are in range. Obviously they've since been filtered. If there is actually any there at all, we populate the list view. Otherwise, we just blank that out. Okay, and that's using L0, which is this one. And then we're simply adding an item. And then when the item is added, which is there, this is where we set up some variables. So some of the things we need to do here is we need to make it so it stays highlighted when it's clicked. So that needs doing. We also need to know which one is highlighted, which might be a challenge with the list view, because once they're scrolled out of view, they kind of share an ID, which is complex to work with. In fact, let me just demonstrate that because it's hard to explain. Hi Fopace, welcome to the stream. So one of the issues with using a list view is that, say we expand to Wolf 359 and then we scroll off screen and then we scroll back, it's no longer expanded, and that's because as soon as Wolf 359 goes off screen, it's gone. That's no longer being rendered. It literally just sits in memory, and that's all, which is how we're able to have over 1,000 entries on the list view and it not completely chug, because before it was lagging the game really badly, having these as separate widgets. So before we were building literally a list of child widgets in a list view, sorry, not a list view, in a vertical container, and it wasn't handling it well at all, which is why we had to cap it at only 100 targets, no matter how many were in range. But now we can display all of them quite happily with no impact on performance whatsoever. But the downside to that is that you do have this issue where it immediately collapses the tree. Oop, gone. And I think related to that is having one of them highlighted like this. If you were to scroll off screen, tick, it's gone. So highlight Sirius, and it's gone. Again, because it unloads it. The other issue I was having is that, I don't know how I got it to do this, but say you expand Sirius, like scrolling down, some other ones would have expanded as well, because I'm not quite sure how the list view works internally, but it seems that like you've got like maybe like a 1 to 10 slot, which is based on the size of the list view pane, and then as you're scrolling, other entries are inheriting that same ID, so it kind of applies it to like all of them. Hard to explain, but yeah. So I think the fact that the tree collapses when it's off screen, I think I'm happy to just live with that and call it a feature. It doesn't really stop you from using the panel, and the upside of being able to display every target in one list kind of outweighs the fact that it collapses the tree. So I think we're kind of stuck with that. So that's one thing I need to fix. Another good thing about having it using a list view is that each one of these is using the actual Kelvin value for the color of the little blob, which you couldn't do before. Before they were all colored by class, but these are actually using the actual color of the star, which is kind of cool. But the challenge is going to be, can I change the color of that and keep it that way? Because I think what it's doing, and I can't remember the other fix I had to make, because there was something about having to force it to hang on, that might have been it. So if I expand Wall 359, then expand, say, Procyon, then go back up. No, alright, let's try Alpha Centauri. Expand that one, then scroll up. Okay, perhaps that's alright now, because I could have sworn it would expand other ones. No, okay, it's not doing that now. Fine, I'm happy that it's not doing it. Yeah, so like when you select, say, the star, and obviously that needs to remain highlighted. Now, you know, that if I just hold my mouse down, that's all I'm doing right now. So that's your your currently selected item. Obviously, it will display its coordinates and things here. Be nice, I suppose, to also have the name come up there as well. And that then enables you to scan it and send it to the Helm and the usual stuff, and display stuff about it here. But if you scroll off screen and then scroll back and it's no longer highlighted, is that the end of the world? Because I have a suspicion that's what's going to happen. Let's give it a try. Yeah, again, it's not the end of the world, but it's like it's something that it is more of a usability issue, because if you're trying to scroll back to what you had targeted, it's not immediately obvious which one it was. I might be able to use the seed, maybe? Or the coordinates would probably be better. Because I could run a comparison. Because in this struct, if we break the struct open, We've got lots of data on this star system. So, one of which is its galactic coordinates, which will of course be unique. So we could store the galactic coordinates as the highlighted object, and then it will simply run a check against that, and if it matches, it knows it needs to be highlighted. So that is one potential workaround. Yeah, I definitely like to retain the highlighting, and that's how it works now in game. And it feels nice to have that targeted, and that's the one you're working with. Yeah, the favoriting of systems or locations generally is something that I was halfway through making on the Helm, which is why there are sort of alphanumerical buttons on there right now. So yes, that can be done, and I think perhaps having a library of saved locations, or saved star systems, or even a library of things you have scanned, could very well be useful. I'm thinking in terms of astrometrics. So there will be an astrometry lab on C deck, and that's going to be split over 2 decks, and it will have a holo display just like the one on the bridge. And the idea there, that in that lab you'll be able to access things that you have scanned from the bridge. So any system that's been scanned already, you'll be able to call it up and look at its details. Obviously that would have its own separate UI, but it would be useful if that was also manageable from the bridge. So yeah, I'll have a look at that, and that's where a tabbed interface might actually be useful. So while you've got your live view like this, if we had a split between the active sensor view, which is live data, and then an astrometry view, which is the saved data, and then you could switch this panel between the 2 modes, so you can back away from the sensors and actually just look at saved data instead. Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, you click it and it comes up here. Again, we're really limited for UI space. I'm probably going to make the UIs a bit taller. So right now we are kind of hitting the limits of the screen, but we can just make a bigger screen. That's not the end of the world. And I also want to separate the data entry side of things, and put it down here on a separate screen. So there's actually going to be a separate keyboard, like a full QWERTY keyboard, on here, so that can interface with the screen. Same over here, actually. So I'll do this more neatly, and again on here we'll have a little QWERTY keyboard. So rather than having it on this screen, it'll actually be a proper data entry pad. Which also helps us develop for VR, because again in VR you can use a virtual keyboard within the game world rather than having to lift the VR goggles up and hit something on your keyboard. Yeah, there's lots of solutions we can do there, but I think having a bit more vertical space on this panel would mean not squishing everything in quite so badly. The holo display is where all the data is represented. So right now it's on the planetary view and there isn't one, which is why it's blank. Over here, if I just click that, so the captain and the commander will be able to choose which bridge station they want to see output from, and then the holo display will show a 3D version of whatever's on those 2D screens. So sensors is obviously what we've got already, and then depending on which sensor mode you choose, so you choose these, that changes the holo display. So the captain or commander, they can say something like, show me the planet we're at, or show me a long-range scan, and then the sensor person can simply press their button and it comes up on the holo display. And then the captain could come over here and click the helm and then say, right, show me our heading, or show me what other piece of information I want to know. So it's kind of like a communal operation of the ship, and eventually the holo display will be touchable as well. So again, the captain could hit the sensors button, actually physically walk over to the holo display, look over at the sensors guy and say, can you show me the local system? He'll click the medium range button, the planets and things will come up on the holo display, and then the captain can say this was a planet. He can then click on that planet and say, right, target this one, and then you can yell over at the helm person, take us there. And then the act of pressing the planet on the holo display will automatically update these displays to say that that has been targeted. So the same as you have a send to helm button on here, when you click it on the holo display, you'll have that same option. So you can say set nav target or set sensor target, and then do that directly. And again, if that's an NPC that's sat there, that's how you do it. So you set the nav target, look over, and tell the NPC to go to that location. A young Patrick Stewart. Well, yeah, I'll definitely take that as a compliment. It's funny, actually. I've always looked upon Jean-Luc Picard as kind of a father figure for me, because my own dad was a bit of an ass, and it wasn't really in my life from the age of about 12. So I never really grew up with a dad. So yeah, Jean-Luc Picard's like my space dad. So yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, I got a glass of water here. It's actually a Skyrim glass. It had a really cool metal Skyrim logo on the side of it. And the only time that fell off in the dishwasher ages ago. So the only thing that gives away the fact that it's a Skyrim glass is the fact that it says Bethesda Softworks at the bottom. But yeah, I love my Bethesda glass. Hi Brayden, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. We were just talking about the holo display, and how that relates to the sensors and the rest of the bridge. Because what I'm working on at the moment is fleshing out and sort of finalizing version 2 of the sensors interface. And this is more what we want the final form of the sensors to be like. So a lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is kind of future-proofing various aspects of how the sensors work, so that when we add the full planetary scanning and all the other different things we want to do to it, it's going to be much easier to implement that without having to redo the whole thing. Because the sensors panel, I first made it probably about 3 years ago. It was one of the first things I did on the ship, and it's been sat there like that all this time, with multiplayer functionality kind of crowbarred in as an afterthought. But now I've been rebuilding it with sort of the latest iteration of all of our multiplayer code kind of built in properly. So it's now on par with the electrical panels and all the rest of the ship. Yeah, sorry, I do tend to bounce around a bit on stream because we get quite an eclectic array of questions. So there's a lot of things to touch on. Which most of the time I end up thinking, right, so what was I doing? And now I'm lost because I can't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was setting this up. Okay. So we add a list item, and again, this is level 0, so it's a star. And then that fires this event. So that's a reference to its parent. No, it's not. It's a reference to itself. Why are we doing that? Oh no, that is a list of the parent. This is why list view is so confusing to work with. It's really not very intuitive. So even though we're casting to what is essentially the child object of the list view, we are storing that as the parent. Okay, it works, I'll run with it. Right, and then we're getting our name and color temperature, so we're setting that out as the little blob, which is what that is. Okay. So then when you click the little plus, that handles expanding the list item, and we actually regenerate, or rather we generate the star system data when we click the little plus, and then make a second list view for the child objects. And then we'll do that again for moons and things afterwards, once we add moons. Yes, and one of the issues I was having with this is when you expand the tree, it wasn't rendering it properly. So if you force it to scroll to itself, it updates the list view and expands the tree properly. Yeah, talking and trying to remember what you were doing are quite difficult to do at the same time. But we muddle through, we get it done eventually. I think I said on the last stream, when I'm not streaming, I get loads done. I'm in the zone, I'm coding away, I'm building stuff. But on stream, I look like a blithering idiot because I'm going like, where was I? Right, so let's give that a more intelligent name. Star object. So essentially that button just sits on top of the star name and everything, just so that you can click it. So when that is clicked, At that point, we need to change the colour of the name and everything. So if we get that, so we can just do this as a test actually. So set font big. No, we won't do that. What am I doing? Right, so we want colour and opacity. Right, yeah, that was the one. Right, let's make it purple. Sorry, so what I'm doing right now is I want to see, does it go purple when I click on it, and does it stay purple if I scroll off screen? I'm assuming it won't, and it will simply re-render the child object when it's scrolled back into view. Okay, so long range sensors, you. Okay, so do you stay purple? See, this is what I was talking about earlier. So it would seem that the list view applies some kind of an ID to things. So every 12th or 13th entry seems to have the same ID as the one before, and therefore is then highlighted. Thanks, allocator. I wonder if that would actually work better. Okay, great, thank you. Let's just hook that up to the test a second. I'm not sure that it's going to pick up the selection because I've got a button on top of it all. Yeah, it's not firing that, which is probably because I've completely overlapped it with a button. Let me try turning the button off. And also print that as well. It should be set to single mode, yeah. I'll have a quick look in a sec. The other complication with it's going to be is the fact that I'm also building a tree from this, so there's a second list view listing all the child objects, and then there'll be a third list view listing all the children of that. So that needs to filter back to make sure the tree is expanded. Yeah, it's not registering a click on any of those. That said, if I set them to not hit testable, which I might have done. One. Yeah, I did. Right, so okay, so you get expanded. You are visible. You are also visible. And then you should be set to single selection. Yeah, you are. So that definitely on single selection mode. Yes, at the front of the ship there's going to be a park. It's going to be quite large. It's going to be other than the shuttle bay, the biggest space on the ship. It'll be 2 decks tall, and it will have a water feature, some trees, a grass area, and it'll be, I guess, like a park in a city. And the sick bay upper area where all the beds and things are will look out over the park, which I think is quite cool. So people recovering from injuries and things can look out the window and kind of feel like they're on Earth almost. Ah, there we go. Great. Perfect. So, does that mean... Oh, don't want that one. We want that one. Does that mean if we do that, and then we do that, Okay, that's definitely what we do want. So does it... Oh, it still does that though. That's interesting. It's just like selecting them completely at random. So do they all unhighlight if I click that one? No, they don't. I'd love to know what the list view is actually doing in the background, because that's just weird. So I think the easiest way to track this is going to have to be via the galactic coordinates, and then I can colour them based on their coordinates. So it's reset an event. Oh, okay, yeah. What's that? Okay. So that should technically reset the other ones. I suppose it needs to be there already, doesn't it? But yeah, I think what I'll do, which will probably end up being a more solid solution, is if I just capture the coordinates of the object, and then every time a list view is scrolled into view, we'll see whether or not it matches those coordinates and then highlight if it does, which I shall try in a moment. Okay, so if I click that one, so on there. So actually, now I think about it, this is kind of needed for the multiplayer anyway. So we don't need that button then if we're using this. So In order for that entry to highlight in multiplayer, that needs to be sent through the player controller, which means we need a reference to parent. So that would be get BP, whatever I called it. What do they call it? BP nav panel. Okay, so get BP nav panel. I shall tidy all this up in a minute. Right, then on BP nav panel, we need to set a variable. Yes, there will be various different handheld tools for various different purposes. So there'll be like an engineering tool for dealing with engineering issues. I doubt we'll have like an all-in-one magic tool like a tricorder, but we'll have tools which are designed for a specific job. So, example off the top of my head. So if you're looking at the electrical system and you're looking for a cable fault, you'll use a tool for that job, an electrical tool. If you were looking for a leaky pipe, you wouldn't use the electrical engineering tool for that. You'd use the fluid pipe tool for that. So we'll have different tools for different jobs, and you'll just have to grab the right tool. I'm sure any engineer would say you should always use the right tool for the job. So I'm going to treat this as a button press, because technically it is. And we'll just call it list item. And in this instance, we're also going to have to pass it some data. So yeah, I don't want to start adding unnecessary bloat to the BPI that's already used across the board. So yeah, I think we'll set up a separate event for this. Manage actually we'll call that update target selection, stick in our new target, and then we need that. See, I'm also thinking I think I'll set up a vector pass-through as a blueprint interface. Because essentially the way I've set up all of the UI panels is we're passing the button presses through the player controller to turn them into a server RPC, because by their very nature widgets are not replicatable. And that works fine because we just give each button an ID and then work with it accordingly as it is pressed. And what it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't have a payload. But if I just give it a payload, which I actually do have those, so no, we don't do that. Right, so if we go into there, and where is there, yeah, because I've had call for that already with these ones, so we'll just add another one. So UNOS update vector. So we want a button ID, which we won't need in this case, but we'll use it anyway. And then we want a vector. I'll keep the naming consistent. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. I quite like using blueprint interfaces because you don't have any kind of reference chain, which is really nice because it helps dealing with the memory footprint and avoiding unnecessary casting. Where am I? Here I am. Right, so we want to do UNOS update vector. Don't necessarily need a button ID here, but we'll give it one anyway, just for completeness sake. And of course we need a reference to the parent as well. Did I do that on these? That's weird. We need that, otherwise the player controller won't know where to send it back to. Okay, so we click the button, we update our target selection, that sends that across to player controller. Yeah, so when it comes to different sections having different levels of atmosphere, I was looking at that for the 4 main airlocks on top of the ship, because that's where I'm picturing larger alien vessels arriving at. And we could definitely do a different atmosphere within those airlock rooms, but there isn't really space on the ship to have a whole section with a different atmosphere. So I think I'm going to save that for the next ship. So the Pathfinder class is supposed to be the better in every way upgrade to the Magellan class. So I think, given that in the lore, the whole point of the Magellan class is it's a test, it's an experimental ship. Learning these lessons is part of its job. So, implementing all those things on the Pathfinder makes more sense. Okay, so now that we have our vector, we need to make a new variable. And that needs to be rep notified. That would be target coordinates. Now I just borrow that. So it doesn't matter if we cast to the child widget, because it's already here. It's not going to create a nasty reference chain, so we're okay with that. Right, so we're sending that to the player controller, and we actually want to add that to the player controller. Where are we? There we are. So we've got all of our network replication stuff over here. So we're just going to implement. No, not that one. That one. Vector. There it is. Right, and then we need a new event. So we'll call it UNOS Vector Update Server. Then we need our button ID. Again, we don't really need the ID now, but we'll include it anyway for future proofing reasons. Okay, and then we need to. Oh yeah, we do need the vector, don't I? Right, and then we need to UNOS update vector message. so we press the UI triggers this event, which sends a blueprint interface across to the player controller, which converts that into a server event, which would help if I actually ran it on the server. And we're going to run it reliable because it is a user interface input. And then we send that back to the source actor. And this then arrives back here as a server authoritative action, which means we can then set this variable with authority. Okay. So, do we actually want to update that on the nav panel? Yes, we do. Yeah, so we want to update that. Why won't you let me access that variable? Oh, because I'm typing update not set. Brain ache. Right, that's better. So as soon as we press this, we need to update vector. What did I call it? Update target selection. So update target selection. And in this case, this is star object. Okay, and we've already stored that. So we just grab that. Okay, so that shouldn't say new param. Yeah, not everything's this complicated. Was that just you that sneezed? I wasn't even listening. You should shout hello so everyone can hear you. Did everyone hear Claire then? For reference, I'm sat in my own little office area, and she's actually sat in our lounge where her computer's set up. Brilliant. Now you must have heard that. So I should be able to compare that one with this one. So if these vectors are exactly equal, then we'll do this. Except we'll use a select on that. Okay, so now initially that's not going to work, so we're going to have to add another custom event in here real quick. So update selection. Just stick that on here. Okay, so when we click it, it'll go off and do all of that nice replicated setting of stuff. And then from that point on, whenever this particular star system is scrolled into view, the coordinates should match and it should highlight. Right, let's give that a try. Okay, so I didn't tell it not to highlight, but that's fine. So if I scroll off and come back... Okay, well at least it's not highlighting those ones. So if Wolf 359 was the last one I clicked on, that should be the only one that's highlighted. Yes. Similarly with Sirius, the last one I clicked on, so it should be the only one that's highlighted. Great. Well, fortunately, the way I just did this should automatically replicate to all players. Sort of. Thanks. Yeah, so when you click one of the list items, that's just replicated that action via the player controller and sets a replicated variable, which has updated the widget for every client to store that as the targeted coordinates. But what it's not doing is it's not forcing a refresh on client machines. So when you click it for the server, for the person that clicks it, so whoever clicks it, it works for them, but it won't refresh anyone else's. So that would be the next thing to do, along with also implementing that. So yeah, on top of this, so if selected is true, we go ahead and do that stuff, but if it's not true, we actually still need to go ahead and reset the color. So that should stop multiple items being selected at once. We also need to, on here, so we have a little fixie function here somewhere. Where is it? This one. So on this particular one, this is what we're using to fix the display when we expand any of the list items. Ignore any weird sounds you're hearing in the background. That's Claire feeding the fish. We've got a 6-foot fish tank next to me with one fish in it, and this was a fairground fish we got about 8 years ago, like a tiny little goldfish, and it's now about 12 inches long. She very kindly just offered me a cup of tea as well. She's so wonderful.
I'm lovely.
And she knows it. There will be an oceanography lab on the ship, and Claire actually wanted to be a marine biologist growing up. That was always her dream job. So I'm going to give her a marine biology lab on the ship. That's going to be her thing. So I'm hoping refreshing the tree might actually accomplish what we need. And all I need to do then is on here, we just need to force the refresh. And that might very well do the job, but I can't test that yet because I need to do it in multiplayer. Yeah, we've got, I think, 12 different science labs to build. So that's going to be fun. But let's just make sure that only one of those is highlighting at a time. Yeah, the reason we need so many, one, because that's probably how many there really would be, and two, because each type of physical object that you can bring up from a planetary surface will have a science discipline associated with it, or maybe even one or more science disciplines. So to extract every juicy bit of science from that object, you may need to put it in one or more different labs to have it scanned. So each different lab will have sort of scanning equipment where you just put the item in the scanning tray and it will wave a pretty beam at it for a while. And so if it's like a rock, obviously you take that to the geology lab, or if it's a piece of alien technology, then that might be going across different labs. So you'd have like a metallurgy lab to work out, what's the metals involved, or it could be some quantum items, so you take it to the quantum physics lab. So depending on the object, like a plant would go to the botany lab, a fish would go to the oceanography lab. You'll always have a lab that you have to physically take the item to in order to unlock its secrets. Right then, you. Okay, that's all working nicely. So if we scroll off screen, none of the others are highlighted. And if we scroll back, Sirius is still highlighted. So I would say, job done on that little problem. Let's try one of the ones down here. You. So the other useful thing with doing it this way is that if you now go off of this mode and come back, it's still highlighted because obviously it's now doing it based off of the galactic coordinates, so it doesn't matter that it's redrawing the list because it'll always be highlighted. Great. Okay, so next we could do with updating this really. Now we're actually already setting that variable now straight away, so that's going to be an easy one to do. Yes, quite simply. So if the captain taps one of the stars on the holo display, then that will update the highlighted entry on the screen. If that proves to be annoying, then we can always store two different variables. So we can have the panel inputted variable and the holo display inputted variable. But we'll go with a shared variable to begin with. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, so we've got this. So really, yeah, so we can separate this with the ID. So we've got galaxy target, and then we'd also have local target. So we can actually set both of these at once. And then we do that by passing it through here. And then we need do we need to rename that one? So that's our galaxy target. And we also need our local target. And then we need to switch on that. So galaxy target, local target. Thanks, Momoto, appreciate it. This is another grievance I have with Unreal Engine. If you rename a rep notify variable, it doesn't update the onRep function. So you actually have to completely recreate the whole function and then delete the existing one. Which on a small blueprint isn't an issue, but if you've got a big blueprint, that could become a right pain in the rear. So rep notify there. And then also on there. Of course, now I'm doing this, I'm thinking I should have made this a struct, and then I only need one variable. But I shall go back and do that at a later date. Okay, so although if I made it a struct, that would I wouldn't be able to make it anywhere near as generic on the UI interface in the blueprint interface. So perhaps I'll leave it as is. But anyway, we can use the ID to separate which one we're talking about either way. Well, for comparison's sake, Elite Dangerous had 25,000 backers and made 1.6 million. I doubt we'll be getting anything near that. I think optimistically we might hit the first stretch goal, which is to take on an additional developer to work on the VR and character side of things. But I would be surprised if it went more than that. Yeah, I really wanted to think about, if we had holo technology, how would we use it in this kind of a scenario? Because obviously, space is three-dimensional, and it's much easier to visualize and work with 3D data in a 3D environment. So it's nice to be able to look at the stars around the ship and actually appreciate where they are, relative to where you are. And then once we get to the point you can actually just walk up to the map and press a target on the map, it'll be really intuitive, hopefully. So I'm just thinking, now that I'm setting these variables, the like the center Helm button will naturally work because this is where it's getting its data from, which I will just double check to verify. So blah 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 blah, long range. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, that is right. I just clicked the wrong one. User error. Yeah, so it's getting those details already, so that's fine. So that will automatically start working again. So actually all we need to do then is we just need to get the text fields. So we've got that one. Is it that one? I don't think it was that one, was it? It's current sensor target. How are they both the same name? So we got text, galaxy target, text, local target. Error. Really? That is literally a text field. Well, that was weird. Yeah, because I renamed the text field, it suddenly treated it as a completely different object type, which is weird. Yeah, I don't need the local one, do I? Yeah, so we're setting that variable, and then we're just going to set the text directly. And then we're going to format text. So we want X is X, Y is Y, and Z is Z. That's going to trigger people if I have that one as a capital, isn't it? Okay, that takes care of that one. And then we just do the same here. Oh wait, that's the old one. ignore the old function that's no longer needed, so you can just go away. Right. So, we should now be able to send the target coordinates to the Helm, and the display should also update to show what those coordinates are. Okay, that works. Obviously the local coordinates are always going to be 0 because the star is located in the middle of that 1 light year cube. So that's normal. So we should be able to send that to the Helm. Hoorah! Great, okay. So I think what it's not doing is it's not setting the name or anything. So that needs to be added. But get away. At least that button's working again now, so that's good. So I can probably use the same bit of code to also reflect the fact that the tree is expanded. Yeah, it's customary, you must always pick up the tablet and chuck it over there somewhere, because otherwise it will just be in the way. Lest you continually fall over it. Yeah, so if we use the coordinates of the star to record whether or not that tree is expanded, then that will fix the whole tree collapsing off screen problem. Okay, so next we need to do the same functionality on these guys. That's going to have to work slightly different because they're a child of a child. Ignore these errors, that's just some of the stuff on the chairs trying to customize a character that doesn't exist yet. Okay. I think I would actually like to definitely highlight here somewhere exactly what we're targeting. But I'll probably leave that until I make the display slightly taller. Actually, let's see whether or not the scan target button even already works, because technically the old widget switcher is still there. It's easier just to leave the ETA time sort of working itself out based on the speed. Having it situational just induces more code. I don't mind that it says 999 years. Right, so the question is, will we scan it? No, is the answer. Now I suspect that's probably because we're not actually passing any data through anymore, like we once were. This mess of code here, that's the original code for handling, clicking on the list items, which weren't list items then, they were just items in a list. But now we're doing it in a much more intelligent way. That doesn't need to be there anymore. We do need to capture this information and pass that through. Yeah, most of this is just redundant now, so I will end up deleting practically, well, probably all of that can go. But yeah, there's some save stuff which we need to retain. Although actually this doesn't actually save between games, so that is something that does need to be added. Because once you've scanned the star system, it does stay scanned for that session, but as soon as you log off and log back on again, it resets. So I need to add that to the save game data. That's a job for another day though. Okay, so when we click the scan button, okay, so this isn't being set anymore, so that's not going to do anything. Which means that's not doing anything anymore. So yeah, those macros don't even need to be there either, so because also, whereas previously, when you clicked a star here and clicked scan, it showed you the planets that were around that star, but that's no longer needed because it's actually displayed in a tree. So this is literally just information about whatever object you've targeted over here, which is just a bit more of a consistent use of the UI. So that should come up anyway. Right, then we've got our vertical box, which is what... no, that one rather, which is what was adding all of the list items. So the actual scan data needs to be rebuilt. So let's get to the point then where it's at least picking up that there is no data. Yeah, at least then we know that it's definitely picking up that it's been clicked on. Okay, so when we click this, okay, we're sending through those just to update those vectors, but also we need to pass through which system we are looking at, which is this data here. Actually, no, that's all the star systems. And then for each list item, it's a single star system. And that's the basic data before we generate any planets. Okay, and this is where we generate the planets. Okay, so at the very least then, how are we doing that from here? So, okay, so we're passing that through. Now the lazy way of doing this would be to loop through the list of stars until we get a matching coordinate. But that does mean looping through an array of 1,000 or so, which I want to avoid if we can possibly help it. But that does mean we need to pass this back to the parent here to let it know specifically which sector location, i.e. star system, we are currently looking at. And the reason it's called sector location is because it might not be a star system. It could be a black hole, it could be like a rogue planet. There could be many different things which would qualify as a sector location. So that's essentially any square light year in the galaxy is a sector location, and that can be a star system or something else. So again, we're kind of future-proofing what those things could be. It could be a really compact version of which space, yeah. Basically anything that classes as a sector location has a maximum size of 1 light year, because then you're into the next sector location. So what we need to do is pass that back cleanly to this. Now if this was just a single player game, we could just cast it to the parent widget and say, right, here's your data. But because we're doing it in multiplayer, we can't just cast this from the widget because the client will have no idea that that's just happened. So we instead need to again pass the data through the player controller, which means jumping through some hoops. So what I want to avoid, which is something I haven't avoided in other things, like with the autopilot, for example, you've got a separate RPC for each action, which is fine, it works, but you're taking up a lot of blueprint space doing that. Similar here. So with the doors and things, it's doing each entry separately, which is no good. So what we really want to do is make that a lot more generic, like here. So we can update any vector value on any widget just using this same interface. And the same with the button presses. So here we can replicate literally any button on any UI just by passing its ID through, which makes it a lot more expandable. But if I want to pass specific proprietary data, which is only relevant to one UI, then that kind of forces me to make another pass-through on the player controller. So I'd like to avoid that. Yeah, so this is a struct, and you can't do a generic struct. Ooh, unless I can do it as a wildcard. Can I do it as a wildcard? Let's see. Unos update wildcard. Guessing not. Okay, plan B. So instead, I guess what we'll do then is we'll make a custom event instead. But no, I can't do that either, because if I use a custom event, that means the player controller is going to have no choice but then to cast to that actor in order to send that data across, which we don't want to do. So yeah, I think we're going to actually have to use a blueprint interface, and it's going to have to be a new thing on here. Curses. Okay, so we're going to have sensors Sensors current target. That'll do. Actually, no, I don't want to do that either, do I? Because that also then means casting to the player controller to get to that event. So what I should be doing is using a sensor's blueprint interface, so I'll do that instead. Yeah. So we'll do update, update sector target, and then we want struct sector location. We're also going to need a source actor as well, so that the player controller can send it back. So of course this doesn't mean adding another blueprint interface onto here, so we want sensors, and then we can implement that there. Lag. So update sensor target. Can't spell now. Server. And that needs we need our source actor, and we need our sector location reference, or our payload rather. Don't give me that nonsense. Should think so too. Right, and then at the other end we do the same thing. So we do update sensor target. Okay, now on here we need more Yeah. So there's that one, that one. And we're also going to need update sector target UI, because you can't have two events with the same name. And then this one also needs to implement that. So PPI sensors. That will give us our sensors event. So in this instance, in order for every client to know what has just been selected, you need to replicate that and store it for newly joining clients as well. So if client A targets a star and then client B joins the game, that action happened before they joined the game, which is why we need to use rep notify, which I'll just set this up as. So what this does is this ensures that when a new client now joins the game, this variable will fire, and anything you put in here will fire for that newly joining client. So if you've just set a new target, the target will be set for them as soon as they join the game, which just ensures multiplayer consistency for all clients, whether they are online at the time or not, which is what we weren't doing previously, but I'm now doing heavily across everything. I should probably have called that something different, but it'll do for now. So what we then need to do we now need to obviously update the actual UI panel to reflect that this is what we've just clicked on. And not only this, but also the holo display. So that's also going to need updating. Yeah, this is exactly why I would recommend anyone making their first game, like, don't make it in multiplayer, because it just makes everything so much more complicated. Like, if this was single player, I could literally just cast to the nav panel, set the variable, and call it job done. But no, because we're in multiplayer, we have to go all the way through the player controller, we've got to set up a blueprint interface, we've got to do blah 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 blah, just to get it to do the same thing. Yeah, I would say adding multiplayer is probably 10 times more complicated than having it in single player, because there are so many things you have no control over, like how much lag does that client have? When are they actually going to join the session? Is that event going to happen before or after they join? Or my personal favourite, if they Alt F4, are they going to delete the chairs from the world? You know, things like that happen. Yeah, that's it. Just one missed thing screws everything over. And that's exactly what we have with the chairs. Because, or any vehicle for that matter, you know, if you inherit a pawn as a vehicle, and then that client either Alt F4s or crashes, then that pawn is removed from the world. So that vehicle or chair has literally just been deleted from the server. And that's why all the chairs and things on the bridge getting deleted. It's just little things like that, which you never have to worry about in single player. It's okay, I fixed it now. It's no longer a problem. Fortunately, in our case, failure is not an option. So, if it doesn't work, I just have to keep going until it does work. Right, so what are we setting here? So we are setting... that. That's a terribly named variable, but it'll do for now. Set current sector location sensor target. Actually, just had a thought. That's not going to work, is it? Because I haven't actually told it to do anything. So we need to... yeah, getting ahead of myself here. I haven't actually set this bit up yet either. Right, so that needs an input. Okay, send the struct through there. So that should be all that's required. Send it to the player controller. It comes back as a server RPC, which means we can then set the variable, which in turn then updates the widget variable, and everything should be good in the hood. So on this one, we just need to do update sensor one, and then we just give it that. So that should update everything. It might even sort out the send to Helm button. Let me just double check that one a sec. Okay, I don't know why we're setting these separately, because if we've got that one already, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Optimization is something I really love doing. I don't know why. I get such a kick out of just optimizing stuff as much as I possibly can. Now, with everything I do, I always think to myself, how can I do this more efficiently? So I think where I was setting this before is because I was treating the two modes differently, but I don't actually need to. Okay, that one's going to need sorting out though. So the object type is like what type of planet it is, or what type of star, I think. Yeah. Isn't that what that is? Okay, yeah, so we do actually have our star classes there. I might need to unify this lot as part of the sector location details, because technically, we could have maybe not lava planets, but we could certainly have like a rocky planet as just a planet off in the middle of nowhere with no star. It's a rogue planet, and that would actually apply as a location type. Alright, I'll just leave that there for now. But that can be replaced. So it should mean when we hit the autopilot, it should actually know the name of the thing we're going to this time. Wow, that's a huge improvement in FPS. So we go to... Oh. It didn't like that. Hi, Tech Otter. Right now we are setting up all the functionality on the new sensors UI, which I just tested and it didn't like something, so I'm going to try again. Because the ship isn't technically flyable right now on the development version, I can't release any dev builds, so I'm wanting to get the sensors UI working and usable, so I can start putting regular dev builds out again. Right now, the only internal builds available are on our experimental branch, and it's not actually playable. Occasionally, from time to time, as much as I hate doing it, a system needs to be ripped apart to improve it, and the census is just one of those scenarios where there was so much that needed updating and changing, it just had to be ripped apart, which means until it's put back together again, it's not usable. Infinite loop detected. Why? Oh. I'm literally sending it back to itself. I'm surprised it even let me do that. Right, now it'll work. Exactly that, yeah. Sensors go beep, 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 beep. They won't do that. Actually, something I will put back in again, which I took out ages ago, yeet, is it used to be the case where when you scanned a star, the length of the scan was defined by the number of objects. So something with loads and loads of planets would take just a little bit longer to scan, which I thought was a nice little touch. So I'll put that back in. Great Spaceballs reference there. No. No, I think the only change I made to the short range was fixing the other planet types so that they were so the textures loaded properly. But since doing that, I've also then realised that I'm going to have to make a separate texture for each planet because there's other things I need to do with them. For example, if it extends, actually I'll show you on this instead. So with this texture, or material rather, if we do that a bit more, you can see that it actually chops off the edge and sort of fades it nicely, because this texture is now larger than what is the defined boundaries of the holo display. Now, when we go on to the short-range sensors, now when the planet's in the middle, that's fine. But if we focus on the ship, which isn't here right now, so you should see that the ship itself literally floating alongside the planet somewhere, depending on where you are relative to the planet. And if you focus on the ship, then the planet's going to be like off-centered, which means I need to apply that same shader function to give it that defined cutoff, that blurry edge, because it's no longer within the boundaries of the display. And the same with like planetary rings and stuff. So, if this was Saturn, obviously you can't have planetary rings all over the bridge, so they need to smoothly blend away. So it does mean that every single planet in the game is going to need a second material function just for handling the holo display, it's not the end of the world, and probably in the long run it'll work better that way because we can do more with it. So the other thing right now is that obviously I'm displaying that as a solid object, because to not do so means I can't have it double-sided, and it kind of needs to be double-sided for when it's not in display. Yeah. Thank you. Claire's going to slap me for this, but she said my voice is really boring. Apparently I have a monotonous drone, and I just drone away. Yeah, sure. I've actually had a black hole eating up the whole bridge before in the past by accident, so yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, see, that's all I'm good for. Second monitor content. You know you've made it in life when you become primary monitor content. That's a good question, actually. I don't know, is the easy answer. I mean, yeah, that's true. I don't have as many mugs as Josh Drive-Hayes has. I have several mugs, but he seems to have an infinite supply of mugs. Sophie, yeah, I don't know, because if you're talking about the sandbox, it's as many hours as gameplay as you could possibly want. You know, if your intention is to explore every planet, then you'll never complete it in your lifetime. But when it comes to the single-player campaign, I guess we're probably going to aim for about 100 hours. That's probably a little optimistic, but we'll just have to see. We have the story planned. We know what we're doing with it. It's just a case of how long is it going to take? How much dialogue is there going to be? It's a question we can't really answer yet until we start making it. Thanks, Mjolnir. Appreciate it. Yeah, the game is being built for VR already. So the very fact that every user interface is touchable immediately translates to VR. And when we start implementing physical keypads on some of these consoles as well, like full QWERTY keyboards, with regional variations where needed, then yeah, you'll be able to literally use your hands in VR and type straight, onto the thing physically in the world. Great. Okay, we're actually picking up the name now, which is good. Probably isn't picking up the type properly. No, it's coming up as an O-class star, so that's wrong. It's also not 2 kilometers in radius, so that's wrong. But that aside, it's got its name. Yeah, we won't be able to do it on standalone VR headsets. Well, I say that. I mean, it runs on the Steam Deck. So if the VR hardware is, you know, Steam Deck level, then it should run it. But it's very heavy on VRAM, so I would imagine something like a Quest 2 just isn't going to run it. But I don't know. Spec-wise, it is going to be high because, you know, this, as much as the physical interaction of the ship is being built for VR, the rest of the game is being built to be as visually stunning as possible, and that won't be any different on the VR version. So, you know, you're going to need a top-end PC to run it in VR. I suppose, I mean, you've got things like the screen scaling option. It's going to make a blurry VR experience, but it will definitely be playable that way. I've got a 2080 Ti in my machine, and when I'm actually running the demo proper, not on this, I mean, you can see here I'm getting 30 odd FPS in engine, and that's just because I'm running an engine. But I get around about 80 to 90 FPS normally in game. So, you know, that's about what you should be looking for outside of VR. So if you're getting 80, 90 FPS generally, then you should be good for playing it in VR. But yes, it's going to be VR, absolutely. It's just a matter of when. But I built the VR solution for the Orville before it got taken out, and in that I had finger press interaction on both hands, so whenever you put your hand near a console, it would turn automatically into like a little pointy finger, and then you could literally prod at the buttons in VR, and it worked seamlessly. So we'll do the same with this, and also for, you know, picking objects up and chucking them around. Locomotion wise, it's going to be teleport, arm swing, and D-pad. Personally, I really love arm swing locomotion because it feels so natural. You can just swing your arms to your sides and you're walking along in game as if you're walking in real life, and because you're swinging your arms, it feels really natural. If you watch Claire do it, she also marches her feet up and down at the same time. It's quite funny to watch, but that kind of stops the motion sickness. I guess I've become quite well protected against motion sickness these days. I don't seem to get it anymore, because you get your VR legs after a while. But yeah, I find arm swing is really good, so definitely going to be using that, which means you can literally just, you know, stand in your living room with your VR headset on, swing your arms back and forth, and just stroll all over the ship. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, the UI complexity is mental, and I suppose this one is probably the most complex one yet. You know, things like, you know, being able to change your origin point between the ship or manually specified coordinates, you know, and then you can literally type in the coordinates and it, you know, it moves a little doodah over. So 51,000 set. You know, it is crazy just how much work is involved in setting all this up. But as long as you do it methodically, just one bit at a time, it takes ages, but you get there in the end. Bye, Leos. Thanks for joining the call. That's not a call, it's a stream. I was in work mode then. Okay, so So that's working. Setting that. And then what we're not doing... Yeah, that was totally a day job response then. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that's like the ghost of 1,000 meetings. Right, so we need to tell this that we have selected a new target. It's already picking up that now, so that's fine. But this... Ah, right, okay, yeah, because it's this, isn't it, that's not working. Okay, so we're definitely sending the button press through. We don't care about that. So we've got that one and we've got that one. So we're probably not actually doing anything with it here. Yeah, that is actually the problem. So thanks 11 Labs. Hang on though. If we're not processing that button press, how is send to Helm working? Oh right, okay, we're bypassing the whole thing, that's why. Yeah, I don't stop paying for Ava now. I'm locked in. So the vast majority of what I'm doing is just blueprints within UE5 itself. Some of it is in Visual Studio if I need to go into the C++ for any reason. Mostly I don't need to. I mean, there's a couple of times that if you need an engine feature that isn't exposed to blueprints already, then you need to write the code in Visual Studio to basically make yourself a little plugin that exposes that function to blueprints as a node. But that aside, the only thing I'm going to be using C++ for anytime soon is for a lot of the optimization code. You know, things like this. You know, when you're working with UIs and stuff, you don't really need C++ for this. It's not performance hungry. It doesn't need, it doesn't need that kind of low-level engine stuff. So for me, blueprints are a lot more logical to work with. Like, if you've got something like this, you can literally see the logic flow in front of you. Whereas if you've got a page of code and you've got a bunch of functions that you've written, or multiple classes, you kind of just have to know, what connects where and what the logic flow is, or you have to really comment it really well. Whereas with blueprints, you can literally see, you can follow the lines and kind of stare at the logic. It's like coding with a flowchart. So, it cuts out the need to flowchart some of your code, which is, useful stuff. The other useful thing with blueprints is that because only certain engine functions are exposed to blueprints, it's very difficult to make the engine crash. In C++, you can make the engine crash completely, bomb to desktop really, really easily. With blueprints, you can't. And I guess the downside of that is that there are some engine features which you don't have access to because Epic haven't exposed them to blueprints. So, if you need those engine features, you need to expose them yourself. The other downside of blueprints is they're not designed for real-time functionality. So if you've got something running on tick, for example, don't try and do that in a blueprint, because whereas you could have a character that's running on tick, that's fine, but if you've got a lot of actors that are all ticking, then blueprints are really awful for that kind of approach. That sort of thing you really need C++ for. You can get away with using timers on blueprints to do some of that, but if you profile ticking actors on C++ versus blueprints, then the difference is night and day. So I'd say, if you're prototyping code, or if you're doing something simple, or if you're just working with UIs, then just use blueprints. It's fine. It's decently performant. If you need low-level engine features, or you want to make the engine do something that it doesn't normally do, then use C++. But yes, stability-wise, it's difficult to break the engine with blueprints. Yeah, and access to the cores as well. It's you don't, unless you use plugins, you can't really multi-core things. In blueprints, there are plugins there that allow you to do that, but not natively. I've got a laundry list of various classes and functions which need to be converted to C++ at some point. It's just a time thing. It's going to take a lot longer to get that done. So for now, they're just happily running timers. Yeah, I've got various optimizations that I've done for UIs. This one should be running one here. So here's an example of a looping function. So what I do is I basically set a function ticking on a timer. So once a second, it'll loop forever. All of the lights do this as well, and anything that has a widget associated with it, they'll all be running this optimization timer. And then what that does is it gets the world location of the panel, gets the world location of the player camera, and based on the distance between those two, it'll update the redraw time of the widget. So the further the player camera is from the screen, it'll slow down the updates more and more and more until like here, it only updates once a second. And to be honest, you could like 1 divided by, oops, try that again, 1 divided by 60. Oh, hang on, my numpad's messed up. Let's try that again. 1 divided by 60. There we go. So it'll only ever update at 60 FPS. But you could do that. You can do various optimizations. And in a game like this, where you've got UI panels everywhere, you really need to do things like this. You know, they do have their own built-in optimization where they shouldn't tick when they're not on screen. But like in engineering, where you've got panels everywhere, it really does need this kind of optimization just to keep it playable, because widget panels do get very heavy. Because essentially what it's doing is it's writing to a render target continuously. So slowing it down, slowing down the redraw time really helps with performance. And that's how we're doing that. Actually, another thing worth mentioning is that the same thing's happening on the NPCs. So if you think about 200 crew members all running animation blueprints, all pathing around, and all the other bits and pieces they do, again, you know, if all of them were just running at the default, you know, as fast as the engine's running, it would grind to a halt. You know, even if they were on screen, it'd still grind to a halt. So the NPCs work based on distance. So the further the NPC is from you, the slower and slower they will tick. And because we have deck awareness on the ship, if an NPC is not on your deck, then it'll be invisible, its animations will be turned off, and all it will literally be doing is pathing around. It'll still perform its actions, but it'll be doing it as a disembodied blob rather than, you know, a proper full NPC. So the NPCs are only actually NPCs when you can see them, and when you can't see them, they're just ghostly code running on the ship. But yeah, I love this optimization stuff because, you know, optimization allows you to do things which you otherwise couldn't do. Yeah, they're like a proto-NPC when you can't see them. They exist purely as concept. Anyway, what was I in the middle of breaking? This. Right, so we are completely bypassing the new multiplayer stuff. Which we don't necessarily want to do. Oh, I see. So we're going direct to player controller, which I don't want to do because it means we're casting to it. We don't want to do that. And the reason we don't want to do that is because if you look at the size map, it's almost 3.5 gig. And the reason it's almost 3.5 gig is because of casting. Like, you've got some planet stuff being loaded in here. And this is because there are reference chains that shouldn't be there. And again, I'd always recommend keeping a close eye on the size map of things. So yeah, you got size on disk and size in RAM. Now it's not as bad as it might look at face value. As much as it is bad having a 3.5 gig memory footprint for the player controller, those things are actually loaded anyway. So it's not a true picture of the load, because you can see the bulk of it is just coming from the player character, and that's all the the hair and the clothing and all that stuff, which is soft references. So those things should only be loaded when they're needed anyway. But yeah, casting is what causes this. And because we're casting to the character, these things naturally get loaded as part of the reference chain. If that cast wasn't there, then that 2.5 gig wouldn't be part of the player controller. So, on that note, be gone. Actually, before I get rid of it, so let's just let's check the size of this. So it's also showing 3.5 gig because of game state and also the character. Player controller will be in there somewhere as well. Let's see if we can get rid of some of those casts. Yeah, so this cast here, where we are producing our list of sector locations, if that were converted to a blueprint interface, oh, actually no, that one's alright, sorry. No, that's coming from a global event, so that's actually not connected to anything. We can ignore that one. That one's bad. That one's okay. That one's bad. That one's bad. That one's okay. And that one is bad. Yeah, so we're firing an event on the Galaxy generator. Now this could be replaced by a blueprint interface which simply responds back with that data without needing to cast to game state, which breaks that reference chain. So I might be able to just straight up delete that. There are aspects of this which I do need to keep a track of. I think for now I will actually just dump it completely. So that's the old code. Yeah, that's fine. So that can all just go. This will be next on the chopping block. No worries, Randall. Thanks for joining the stream, not the call. So most of that can get deleted. Right, how has that changed our size map? Okay, so Still casting to player controller, which is where that's coming from. Okay. So that can be a blueprint interface. That was the okay one. That's okay. That's okay. That's a bad one. What are we using that for? Okay, so that could go. And if that's gone, it means we don't need that either. So casting to the events are fine because they're just literally payload actors. Okay, so this is part of counting how many of each star class there is. So we are running a function just to fetch the sector details, which is happening here. So if we convert that to an interface, yeah, that'll get rid of that reference chain as well. So that is basically sitting on top of game state, which is something that I will be changing one day, but that's quite a big change. So once I implement the proper sublight controls with RCS thrusters and all that sort of stuff, I will divorce these two from one another and have the galaxy generator sitting on the ship as an actual physical server, just for a funny Easter egg. Ooh, what am I least looking forward to? I would say I am least looking forward to making more UIs, because if there's anything that I hate, that's it, UIs. I really don't like making UIs. So yeah, anything that involves more UIs, I'm not looking forward to. I think in terms of dreading working on, actually no, there is one. I think, yeah, so when I work on the sublight flight, which does already work to a point, so I've already run a test where I've put a just another starship, a copy of the Magellan class, just floating there in space, and you can kind of like ram into it and it bumps you out the way. So that's working, but that's working with everything connected to a single anchor point. So like the entire star system and anything in the star system is all a child of a single anchor. So that anchor is being moved around depending on the ship's movement to represent space outside. So I need to create a system where every planet, every asteroid, every space starfish is an independent actor which is updating its displayed version of itself. Hang on, I'm explaining that badly. So the way galactic flight works in the game is that you have a little invisible ship, and the little invisible ship is what's physically moving around and bumping into things. So there will be a invisible sphere for a planet, there will be invisible other things for other things in the solar system, and those things will be physically in their correct locations, and they can be moving around independently, blah 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 blah. And your little invisible ship can collide with those things. But the actual ship that you're standing on is a static environment, and it has to be a static environment because it's made up of tens of thousands of different actors, a lot of which will be running physics, and there's no way you can physically move that in real time. So what you see out of the window is driven by the little invisible ship flying around bumping off of things. So all the things that it's bumping off of, they need to have a visible representation relative to your static ship. So if your static ship is in the middle of the star at 0, 0, 0, then everything lines up nicely. But if your little ship flies off forwards, then what you see outside needs to move backwards to simulate the illusion of movement. And the things need to move towards you at an exact opposite speed of the thing moving away from you, which is your little ship. Now, those things only know where to be right now because we're only moving a single anchor point, and when you pitch, roll and yaw, the anchor point pitch, rolls and yaws opposite to what the ship is doing, so it looks like things are moving outside. But if every single thing is an independent object, then every single thing has to update its location visibly based on its relative translation compared to your little flying ship that's flying around. And that's going to be fun to get right. But there won't be an anchor. And the reason there can't be an anchor is because right now, the further you get from the central star, the more glitchy the textures get on the planetary surfaces. In an O-class system, where the planets are literally hundreds of AU away, the planetary surfaces are really super glitchy when you roll the ship. By instead having that planet as an independent object managing its own location, in actual fact, the closer your little ship gets to that object is physically moving its visual representation closer to your ship that you're standing around on and walking around in, which happens to be at 0, 0, 0 in the world physically. So that giant 1-to-1 scale planet you can see out the window moves closer to the origin point of the world the closer your little ship gets to it. So even though it could be hundreds of AU out, relatively speaking, compared to the central star, the one you see out the window is moving towards you. So it gets the coordinates, the floating point error, gets less and less and less the closer you get to the planet. So that fixes all of those problems and also enables us to have planets in motion around the star, and space stations physically orbiting planets and things, and all that stuff. But as you can probably tell, that's going to be a lot of math, and a lot of vector math as well, just to make it extra nasty. But yeah, it should all come out nicely, but it's a lot of math. Yeah, see, there's no... Once you separate everything from a central anchor point and have every planet in space taking care of itself, essentially, it kind of removes restrictions on how many objects you can have, because you don't have to have things childed to one another anymore, and they can just manage their own location in space, so it should all work out nicely. Thanks, Alexander. Good to have you on the stream. Yeah, we're never going to go full Kerbal for sure. So the way planetary motion will have to work is quite simply we will generate the system, and we already know the math for the orbits because that's already there, it's already calculated, and we'll just draw a spline, and then the object will follow the spline around the star, and the spline will be equal to their orbital plane. That bit's easy because we've already got the math for that. The hard part is not moving the planet. The hard part is representing it visually in the right place, because the collision object, which is moving around the star, isn't where you're looking out the window. They're completely separate. That's the kind of disconnect that needs to be solved. Well, the difference with Kerbal is that Kerbal is running physics in real time, whereas we won't be. So, whereas in Kerbal everything is fully simulated, we're moving things on splines. So it's quite different in that regard. Yeah, so all of our orbits will be simulated. Are Kerbal planets on rails? I thought they were doing theirs properly. That's interesting. But yeah, in our case, things like stations and things will be on rails as well. Ultimately, people want the money shot of sitting there either in orbit or on a planetary surface, and seeing a gas giant rise over the horizon. That's what people want to see. Oh, okay, that's interesting. The way we'll handle orbits for the ship is that we will have a spline which represents a perfectly circular orbit, and we will draw that spline intersecting with the ship depending on the ship's altitude above the planetary surface, and then we'll know from the math how fast that ship needs to be moving at that altitude around that particular planet in order for that orbit to be perfectly circular. And then obviously the further the ship moves from the planetary surface, the slower that orbit needs to be. And at some point it will pass through the point of geostationary, and then get further and further back and slower until it reaches the edge of the Hill sphere where the orbit becomes zero. But the way we'll do that is that the physics state of the ship will be teleported along the spline, but you won't notice that yourself on the ship, because if you're shooting weapons and things, everything around the ship, stations, aliens, they'll also be moving along splines at the same speed as you are, if you're close to them. So as far as you're concerned, the whole thing's orbiting around the planet. But yeah, so in terms of gameplay wise, we're not going full Kerbal. It'll work out the orbit for you, and it'll look like an orbit out of the window, but it will be moving on a rail. Yeah, well, initially the beam lasers and the railguns will be treated as having infinite velocity to begin with, so we're not going to implement projectiles until the whole system itself is more fleshed out and more polished. So, version 1 will have instant weapons, so whether it's a railgun or you're firing a beam laser, we will fire a line trace, which is instant, work out whereabouts on the target object that line trace has hit, and then draw the damage sphere accordingly, and obviously then just draw the effect of the weapon fire. But it'll be those damage spheres in the intersect locations which define internal damage to the ship. I need to create another button for this. Yeah, the beauty here is because we have simulated systems, and those systems actually have a corresponding physical location within the boundaries of the hull, then we can have spheres of influence to determine what is damaged, which is great because it means where you're taking damage actually matters. If you're constantly being hit around a corridor ring or a habitation area, as much as it's going to mess up that area, it's not actually going to affect the ship in any way because it's not hitting any core systems. It's going to be a lot of fun actually playtesting that. It also means that the physical redundancies that are in the system as part of the design of the ship, again, physically matter because like having physically isolated battery rooms, if you're taking damage to one of the two battery rooms, you've still got another one providing power to the ship, and because it's all one-to-one and properly simulated, it's real damage. It's really affecting your ship. Role-wise, I think the one I'm looking forward to least in terms of the implementation is probably the pilot, and that's because part of the challenge of having multiple roles aboard the ship is having something for that person to do most of the time, and for most of the other roles, there's lots of things you can be throwing at the player for jobs to do. There's lots of tasks that need doing aboard the ship. But for the pilots, there's really nothing for the pilot to do when you're just on your way somewhere. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting challenge to try and find gameplay opportunities for the pilot in every scenario. Yeah, so interestingly actually, so that's something I've not really touched on before. So, with departments having a material cost in some cases, like with engineering and repairs, and you need 3D printer materials, those things need to come from the cargo holds. So you're going to need runners to be able to deliver that cargo internally within the ship. So that's part of the deck crew. I seem to be getting a lot of "you've paid for something, you've not paid for something" emails today. Yeah, well, at some point the FTL system is going to be sensitive to gravity wells, so it might become the case, depending on how that's balanced, that the straightest or the fastest route between A and B might not necessarily be a straight line. There could be gravity wells to swerve around a little bit in order to maintain top speed possible, which means that the pilot needs to be continually present navigating the ship in order to be able to maintain top speed at all times. Also, danger areas within the galaxy, spatial phenomena, that kind of thing, things which could be hazardous to the ship that the pilot has to avoid. So there's a lot of things like that we can do. It's not really like an on-the-ship task, but it is definitely a role-relevant thing. So I'm going to set up another blueprint interface here, so that we no longer need to cast to the player controller directly. So when we press send to Helm, we can actually just send the sector location itself directly, which means we need another event on here. Send to Helm UI. So we're also going to need system objects as well. Because when we click send to Helm, obviously we've got the star itself, but we've also got planets and moons. So I'm just wondering actually whether we go through the process of actually generating what's in the system and then picking the object from there. So even though we're just clicking the star, we can fetch the actual star object rather than relying on the lesser information. It's probably going to be a better option in the long run, which means we're going to have to get that data sooner. Yeah, so when we do this, we go blah 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 blah. Okay, and that's just setting the whole location. Where is it grabbing the rest? Oh, right here. So it's another one of them casts that I need to get rid of. Okay, so when it gets the list of planets, yeah, that's what we need. So really, that's what we need to be sending as our targeted object. So, yeah, so rather than sending that, we instead need to be sending this. So I'm going to write a blueprint interface to replace this functionality with a direct retrieval of that data without casting. And then that actually needs to be a large system object instead. Okay, and then that also needs to be that. Yeah, that kind of changes how this works, really. So we're sending our sensor target, which is a large system object, i.e. planet or star. Then we're sending that through So that's wrong. That needs to be large system object. Okay. Yep, then we'll set a different variable there. So that's fine. Then that one needs to be changed. And then you need to be large system object. Okay. Great, so that passes that through. Okay, so on here then, so the targeted object, i.e. this, that actually needs to be a large system object as well. Current sensor target. That's going to break a few things. Right, so none of that's needed now because okay, so we just do that. Yeah, that. Yeah, wrong function. It's better. Right. Okay, so we need array item 0, because 0 is always the star. Right, so that should be all the star details. Right, so that does that, that does that. Set current sector. Sensor target. Okay. Hi Robert, welcome to the stream. We are currently improving the sensors UI and restoring previous functionality. Only betterer, because it was quite inefficient before. Right, so that's not what I want there, is it? I want... Right, so that should be large system object. Okay, so that's setting that, so that's fine. So now we need to send that through. Okay, I suppose we'll call that update Helm target. I immediately forgot what I called it. Update Helm target, okay. Okay, so that goes through to player controller. Then we just go through this process. So we need that one. Oops, forgot to make this a server event. So this one, this should literally just be a button press because all the rest of the data is set. So send to Helm. Now there was something specific we were doing on here, sending to the Helm. Which one were you? Okay, it's definitely one of those. Ah. Okay, yeah, because we were doing it straight on the game state. Okay, so there's definitely a better way of doing that. Okay, so rather than that, actually, yeah, we could just use that. And then we need actually, we don't really need to know where it's coming from, we just need to know what it is. Okay, so that can just be our large system object. So we don't need to send any data back to the UI for this one. So all we need on here then, on here rather, no, on here even. So we need to implement that event. And then we need a server RPC. Okay, so now that we've got this data, it's going to have to come across the game state. Yeah, so we need that one. Which means we need a reference to game state, which hopefully we've already got. Yeah, there we go. So we need to update Helm nav target. Okay, perhaps we won't do that. See what that one, object radius. Object type and name. So the old way of handling the replication was mostly carried out by way of multicast RPCs, and that simply made sure that if one player did something, all of the players would have the same action happen on their clients, which works when everyone's online, but doesn't work if someone's not online. So that's why I stopped doing this and instead moved on to using the rep notify approach, which is a lot more reliable. Right, so hopefully that's got all that data where it needs to be. So we're setting the target, we're passing that data through. That's definitely the right one. Setting that on the nav panel. And then when we send to Helm, should be using that one. Okay. Yep, so that needs to be center Helm UI. And then we're sending the current sensor target. Okay, what are you not liking? Okay, I don't think that's even needed anymore. It's fine. Yeah, be gone. So if all of that went smoothly, then when we press send to Helm, the Helm should now have all of the data for the star, including its class, its radius, and everything else that it wasn't getting before. Okay, so we'll do Sirius again. We will send that to the Helm. So that's not updating, so that's something we need to fix. That's interesting, it's already updated it as bypassing a step. Ah. Damn you, tablet. Urgh. Okay, so nothing's there yet. If I send to Helm, yeah, it's picking it up as a B-class star, which is right. It's got the right details. But it's bypassing the Helm. Okay. Which is going to be because we're firing this event directly. Right, because this is what's fired from the Helm. Right, so it's actually this one we want to be using, not this one. So that's update sensors nav target. So we want type, radius, galactic, local. I noticed it had basic name, so we go for the complete name instead. Right, hopefully this will work now. Here. Okay, Sirius, center Helm. Okay, nothing there yet. Use sensor, okay. Still going up with a B-class star. But at least it's got the rest of it right. B-class star, proper radius this time. Just check the coordinates are actually accurate. Okay, yeah, it seems to be okay. Yeah, it's interesting that it's picking it up as a B-class star and not as Sirius. But otherwise, that's working fine. Okay. I won't leave that highlight purple, by the way. That's just a placeholder. So when we send the data, yeah, we're definitely using the full name. I shall have to investigate that one. Okay, well, Claire has just reminded me that it is midnight and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so I think that's probably a good point to call it a night. We've got the sensors working a lot more efficiently than they were. You can at least sort of navigate the ship now, which is an improvement. Which means on Wednesday's stream, we can have a look at polishing that one off and also sorting out the medium range sensors as well. Make sure they're all connected up. And in the meantime, I might stretch this a bit so we can just display more target information. And I'll see if I can figure out why it's not saying Sirius. But anyway, yes. So thanks once again, everyone, for joining the stream. And as has become tradition, I shall just look at that for a second. Yep, still there. 9 days to go. Getting nervous now. Okay, so I'll see you all on Wednesday, and thank you again for joining the stream. Bye for now.